You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there, These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought If only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you, Braves Country? Should be doing pretty good after last night's 9-0 win over Chicago Whitesox. We're back at it tonight, 7:15 first pitch. We're going to get you ready. Braves are going to Spencer Strider, so Spencer Strider Day. Get that fake mustache that you might have went and got out and bought just for the Strider appearances, and get it on. Let's go. Spencer Strider getting his first start here in the second half of the season, and of course he hasn't pitched since last weekend where he was phenomenal against Tampa Bay. Did not pitch in the All-Star game. And so what are we looking at tonight? Look, this is a team in the Chicago White Sox that is in the upper part of Major League Baseball, the upper quadrant of Major League Baseball in strikeout percentages. We all know Spencer Strider has the most strikeouts in Major League Baseball. So one would tend to think that Spencer Strider's about to throw up a hell of a lot of strikeouts, get the win, and let's get out of here tonight with the series victory with a chance to sweep tomorrow. But baseball is a funny game, and you never know. They're going to go to Lance Lynn for the White Sox, and he has been a very good player in the past. Signed a pretty lucrative deal to end up in Chicago, and his former All-Star, but he just has not had it this year. He's got a 6.03 ERA, and he's a guy that can, big guy. I don't know if, look, there's been a lot of different theories. One of the theories is the pitch clock may have affected him. These bigger guys, you know, him and Alek Manoah and whatnot, the huskier pitchers, that pitch clock very well may have some kind of a effect on them. Because one thing that, and it wasn't like this happened overnight, nobody was prepared for it. We knew this was going to go down at the very beginning of the offseason, that they were going to the pitch clock. Actually, it was before then. If you remember the collective bargaining agreement, it was agreed upon that it was going to be brought in at that point. But at the end of last offseason, everyone started preparing for it. And one of the things they talked about was that Big Boy's going to have to get in shape. Lance Lynn, they've got him listed at 6'5", 270. I'd be surprised if that's accurate. He looks like he's pushing about 3 bills. Now he is 6'5", so he carries the weight pretty well, but 6'5", 270. I mean, that might have been when they drafted him, or when he was drafted. But you look at his recent outings. He did shut down Toronto. We all know that that's a very good offense. 7 innings, no earned runs. So there is still tread left in that tire. He is at the end of a contract where he is most likely going to be moved at the trading deadline. So we'll get a chance to see what he's got. Before the Toronto game, he was in Los Angeles against the Angels, 6 innings, 5 earned. Boston, 5 2/3 innings, 3 earned. So a solid outing. In Seattle, the outing before that, he went 7 innings and 3 earned. And then before that, and this was in Dodger Stadium, we won't go back any further than this, but 5 innings, 4 earned. So he's a guy you can get to, obviously, because of the high ERA, but he's been pitching better over the last 4 or 5 outings. He's not a guy who you expect him to go and shut down like he did against Toronto, but you do expect him to go out there and pitch 5 or 6 innings, the Braves can get to anybody. They are the best offense in all of baseball. But if Lynn is on, he's a guy that can keep the White Sox in the game. Conversely, you turn around the other side, Spencer Strider should have a really good game against the White Sox offense. We saw it last night. It's a very inept offense. We'll go through the starting lineups right before first pitch, but you'll notice all the batting averages and whatnot. First of all, they don't have a lot of pop in their bat, and second of all, low batting averages. So you're talking about they have to really bunch together hits to get anything going. And if Spencer Strider can prevent the inning where they put together 3-4 hits, he should have a very good outing. There's only a couple of guys in this entire lineup of the White Sox that I would say that I would be concerned with. I mean, at some point, Tim Anderson, you'd think he's going to wake up. He's too good of a player to be sitting at 13 RBI, a 227 average, and no home runs through 278 at-bats. And though that's not as many at-bats as a lot of folks because of injury, he's still been there for the majority of the season. It's 30 more at-bats than what Orlando Arcia has. So he was on the IL, but it was only for a few weeks. So it's not like Tim Anderson's been gone the whole year and he hasn't hit that home run. He's been there for the majority of the year. So with that being said, we just want to get out of here before he does heat up. We saw him get a few hits last night, but still just he's not clubbing the ball like he has in the past. Luis Robert, to me, is the one guy in the lineup that you have to absolutely be aware of. He can smash the ball. He's got 26 home runs. He's got 51 RBI. Very athletic, by far their best player. Eloy Jimenez was a guy they were really big on before some injuries took him out last year, and he's working his way back from that, but still a very talented kid, young guy. He's got 12 home runs. Andrew Vaughn, another young player that they have high hopes for. He's yet to really click, but I think he's only like 25 years old. So most of your Major League Baseball hitters, they tell you most hitters hit their stride when they hit around 27 years old. That's not everybody, but that's typically what a Major League Baseball, that's their prime. So Vaughn's still a couple of years away from that. So if you fast forward it to that, you got to figure this is going to be a guy who's going to be routinely hitting around 25 to 30 home runs. And then Jake Berger, their third baseman, low average, but has 19 home runs. So the 3, 4, 5, 6 hitters, the middle of their order, that's what we're concerned with tonight. If we can keep those guys off the base paths and keep other guys off the base paths when they come up, if Strider gives up a home run or two, okay, you can live with that as long as there's not a lot of ducks on the pond. So as long as you've got guys coming up with the bases empty, it's going to be really hard for the Chicago White Sox team to do any damage against Spencer Strider and the Atlanta Braves. That's why they're minus 290 to minus 305 on the money line, depending on which book you look at. A couple other of the bets you may be looking at if you're thinking about laying some hay. First 5 innings, same number. Braves minus 290. So heavy favorites tonight. The run line, Braves are minus 140. Chicago, by the way, plus 230 and plus 120 on the run line. So if you really think that Lance Lynn and company can hang in there, that's a pretty good number. I personally would not touch it. And I wouldn't necessarily touch it with the Braves because when you're talking about minus 300 neighborhood, for folks who aren't familiar with that, what you're talking about is having to bet $30 to win 10, $300 to win 100. So the return just doesn't make a lot of sense. Because baseball, like all sports, is a funny game. Team goes out and has a bad day. You have risked a lot to win very little. Looking at some of the other prices that you might be interested in, will there be a run scored in the first inning? It's minus 115. That's an interesting one. Will there be 2 hits or more recorded in the first inning? That's minus 120. And I kind of like that one. The other one that I like, just because you're getting pretty good odds for it, Lance Lynn is a type of pitcher that if you can get to him early, you can get to him, right? Will the Atlanta Braves score in the first inning? And that is sitting at plus 155. So I like that one a lot because the Braves score a lot in the first inning. We saw it last night, hit the grand slam. And a guy with an ERA north of 6. I think there's that's a decent return. The other one that I think a lot of folks always want to know about is, what is the player prop on strikeouts tonight? And Spencer Strider minus 135 to get over 9.5. That means a lot of money came in on Strider to hit that 10 mark, because earlier this morning when I first started doing the prep for it, it was an even 100. So there's been some money coming in on Spencer Strider. And like I said, you expect the Braves to get some strikeouts on this White Sox offense. Lance Lynn, by the way, his total number of strikeouts, the line is 6.5. If you hit him, if you get him to hit it, you're getting plus 115. You're getting plus money. If you bet the under, which is what I would do, because I don't know how long he'll last against this Braves offense, it's minus 150. So that's one of the reasons why that is what it is. By the way, Spencer Strider on the total walks, plus 1.5, minus 1.5. If he stays under 1.5 walks, it's a minus 190. So they believe that he's going to be on point. That's a terrible return. If he goes out there and just walks 2 guys over 7 innings, you're going to lose your bet. So there are some of the pitcher props. If you want to hit the player props real quick, we'll do that. If you're looking at player to hit a home run in the game, my pick to click last night came in, didn't it? First inning, Matt Olson hits the grand slammy. Grand slammy. How about that? Go out there and you get a 4-0 lead before there's an out in the first game after the All-Star break. But if you're looking for some interesting ones, okay, first of all, Ronald Acuña Jr. is plus 300. That's terrible return. You know how hard it is to hit a home run? That's telling you that they think he's going to hit a home run. By the way, Tim Anderson, who we're talking about, how he has not hit a home run yet, he's plus 1,000. And that's one of the highest on the board. Other guys, man, Matt Olson's plus 190. When you see these, you get an idea of who they expect to go off. If I was going to grab someone, a left-handed bat with a pretty good return, you got 2 that jump out at you. Michael Harris is plus 500. Eddie Rosario is plus 450. Now, one of the reasons why Harris is a little more is because he's batting 3 players afterwards. But we all know if this is a close game and you get a lefty brought in, Harris doesn't come out of the game. Rosario does. So I'd be more inclined to grab Harris on plus money. If you're looking for someone at the top of the lineup to go deep with some pretty good plus money, how about Ozzie Albies and Sean Murphy are both plus 400? When you're trying to project someone to hit a home run, you really, to me, I'm trying to find someone who is going to have a good return, meaning over plus 300, and usually I'm looking for around 400 plus. Marcell Ozuna, by the way, is plus 340 today. That tells you that they think he's due. When Marcell Ozuna has better odds than Luis Robert, that tells you something about the level of respect that Spencer Strider is getting right now. Looking at a couple of the other things, AJ Minter is on the 15-day IL. He was sent to the IL this morning. Folks might have missed that. It is retroactive to July 12th. They expect him to be back. But, man, that is another bullet out of the chamber. So here we go again. I mean, they're dropping like flies. They're bringing Derek Rodriguez to fill the void. And that's all fine and dandy. But right now, we are a mash unit in that bullpen right now. The guys, we're missing Jesse Chavez. We're missing Dylan Lee. We're missing Nick Anderson. And now we're missing AJ Minter. If they were mapping this out a few months ago, those are the four guys that they would have picked to get to Rafael Iglesias. Now, hopefully the Braves offense can help us out over the next few weeks. It's not as big a deal. And we have the big cushion. And we know how they like to do this. They're not going to panic. I think they'll get aggressive when they have to try to go after certain wins. But there's going to be games, I think, that is going to absolutely drive us nuts. We're going to, over the next few weeks, waiting for everyone to come back. And by the way, Max Fried was transferred to high A Rome. We already knew that. We went over that yesterday, but he's getting his rehab start tonight. So with everything being said, there's going to be games where it's going to drive you bananas as a fan. When you're like, why are we putting this guy in? Why are we putting that guy in? Let's go after the win. Let's go after the win. They're out of bullets, and there are going to be ones that they're going to be very, very concerned with. There are going to be games that they're going to be very concerned with and go after it very aggressively. There's going to be other games where they're going to say, hey, we have to hope for the best, but we can't wear out the guys that we do have up. And we're going to need guys to step up, guys like Ben Heller that had a good outing last night. But I think you're going to see Heller in high leverage situations. You're going to need, I know he just came up, but you're going to need Derek Rodriguez to pitch well and eat some innings. They may ask him to come in, like a game like last night where it was 9-0. They may ask him to go in and pitch 2 to 3 innings and just hold the line so that the rest of the guys can stay fresh. You absolutely don't want to have to use Iglesias unless it is a high leverage situation at this point now. And some of the other guys, they're going to have to step up. Now, what we had heard was that in the very near future, we're going to get a couple of those guys back. And I'm still expecting that. I haven't seen anything that would make you think differently. But we are still just over 2 weeks away from the MLB trading deadline. Trading deadline is, I think I saw 6 p.m., which is different because it used to be 4 p.m., but I saw something pop up the other day that they said they're doing it 6 p.m., which is a little odd because that's really close to first pitch. So typically, last year, by the way, it was August 2nd. This year, it's August 1st. And yeah, 6 p.m. is what they're saying. So 6 p.m. Eastern, August 1st. And if you're curious about that, that actually falls on a Tuesday. And I don't know what the reasoning for it is, but they do prefer the trading deadline to be on Tuesdays. If they can, in the new collective bargaining agreement, it no longer is on July 31st. They can push it within, I think August 3rd is the absolute latest. But the point is they don't want it on the weekend. Now that part makes sense because they're trying to make it more of a television event. And you put it on a weekend like it's been in past years, falls on a random Saturday or Sunday and gets lost in the mix, or a Friday night. You don't really want that. You would prefer it to be early part of the week. And so what they're saying is it's going to be Tuesday, August 1st, 6 p.m. Eastern. And so we will have coverage of that leading up to it. But usually Anthopoulos does not bring in a lot of guys of note until the witching hour. The last several years, you've seen it where 4 o'clock has been the traditional cutoff time, and it'll be 4:05, 4:10. You're like, we didn't do anything like last year. And then it trickles in around 4:15 because the deal got done right before 4 Eastern last year. But you start seeing, oh, the Braves made a trade with the Angels to bring in Iglesias. And that was a last minute deal. All they have to do is have the paperwork filed in before that deadline. As long as it's filed in, it's legal. But the Braves at this point, with all these guys missing, we've got to get. I was saying 2 yesterday, I'm starting to think that we need at least 3 now, and preferably 4. They won't all be top-line guys, don't get me wrong. But we're going to need some guys who have some options available that you can send some guys down and keep some guys just for depth. Because our guys are dropping like flies, and you can't convert every single starter into the bullpen because we're still waiting on some of those guys to get healthy. So it's a hot mess. We lose another one, and AJ Minter will be set to come back essentially just shortly before the trading deadline. And obviously we'll know what the 12th. So we're talking about the 27th. So we'll know a little less than a week before the trading deadline if Minter's actually back at that point. And if he is, you'll feel a lot better about things, but that's really pushing it. And of course, Anderson's not coming back until first week or so of September. So it's a mess, but the good news is we have the best record in baseball, so it's a good problem to have. It just makes you what I hate about the whole thing is that you don't want to see them scuffle to the finish line. You want to see them continue to play well. And when you have all these injuries to the bullpen, you could see some scuffling in August and in September if we don't get some of these guys healthy and bring some guys in. But on Monday's show, we'll do much more about the trading deadline because at that point we're going to be 2 weeks away, and there's going to be some things clarified this weekend. There are teams this weekend that if they don't get their act together, they're going to be selling on the selling block. Pick to click tonight. Let me go with I'm going to go Lance Lynn on the mound. We kind of, let me take a flyer on old Michael Harris. Michael Harris seems like he should be about due to get into a couple of base hits. We haven't seen a phenomenal defensive play from Harris in a while. Give me Michael Harris pick to click. I hate picking the number 9 hitter because he's only going to get, at the best case scenario, 4 at bats. But give me Harris to click. He might even go yard. And I'll take the Braves to win this one. See, looking at the over-under and looking at what I expect Strider to do, I think the Braves, I don't think they'll blank him again tonight, but I do believe that the Braves will put some runs on the board on Lynn and company. Give me the Braves 7-2, just barely touching the over. I personally wouldn't touch the over-under, which sits at 8. Because it's too close to that line, and unless the Braves offense explodes, I don't think you're going to get a lot of help from the White Sox against Spencer Strider. And the hope is Spencer Strider goes out there and fires 6 innings, maybe even 7, get you double-digit strikeouts, and the Braves can use the front-end guys, not the high-leverage guys, to close the deal. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, lineups, national anthem. First pitch. Braves, White Sox. Got a chance to go ahead and get the series win tonight. Let's go ahead and mark that off the list. And then you're playing with house money tomorrow. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Chicago White Sox, Andrew Benintendi. In left field, 1 home run, 23 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .280. Tim Anderson, batting second, playing short, 13 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .227. Luis Robert Jr. is in center field, 26 home runs, 51 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .269. Eloy Jimenez is the designated hitter with 12 homers, 40 RBI, batting .270 on the year. Andrew Vaughn, first baseman, 12 homers, 53 RBI, batting .248. Jake Berger is the third baseman, 19 homers, 41 RBI, a stolen base, batting .217. Zach Remillard is at second base tonight with 11 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .317 through 60 at-bats. Oscar Collis in right field. Through 97 at-bats, 1 homer, 8 RBI, batting .206 with 2 stolen bases. And Sebi Zavala is behind the plate and batting 9th. He comes in with 6 homers, 15 RBI, a stolen base, batting .169 through 130 at-bats. On the mound tonight for the Chicago White Sox is Lance Lynn. Comes in with a 5-8 record, 6.03 ERA, 1.42 WHIP, 103 innings pitched, 109 hits, 127 strikeouts, 37 walks, and 22 home runs given up. Spencer Strider will be going head-to-head with his 11-2 record, a 3.44 ERA, 1.09 WHIP, 104 2/3 innings pitched, 80 hits allowed, and 166 strikeouts, 34 walks, and 13 home runs given up. Backing him up defensively and coming to the plate at the bottom of the first inning for your Atlanta Braves. Leading off and playing right field, Ronald Acuna Jr., 21 home runs, 55 RBI, 42 stolen bases, batting .329 on the year. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies with 22 homers, 66 RBI, 6 stolen bases, and a .266 average. Austin Riley batting third, playing third. He comes in batting .264 on the season, 16 home runs, 44 RBI, and 2 stolen bases. Batting cleanup for your Atlanta Braves with 30 home runs, leading the National League, and 76 RBI. It's Matt Olson. He's got a .254 average and 1 stolen base. Behind the plate and batting fifth, Sean Murphy, 17 homers, 55 RBI, batting .301 on the year. Marcell Ozuna is your designated hitter, 17 homers, 40 RBI, batting .246. Eddie Rosario is in left field, 14 homers, 43 RBI, a stolen base, batting .254. Orlando Arcia is batting 8th from the shortstop position, 7 homers, 29 RBI, a stolen base, batting .298. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field, batting 9th today with 9 homers, 27 RBI, 11 stolen bases, and a .262 average. Your home plate umpire today is Dan Merzel. First base umpire Ryan Additon. Second base will be manned by Will Little, and down the third base line, it's Lance Barksdale. We're looking at a chance of rain this evening. First pitch expected to be about 82 degrees at 7:15. Atlanta comes in minus 305 on the money line. Over under is 8.5. They're expecting another sellout of the capacity here at Truist Park, 41,149 that it holds. Atlanta Braves looking to win the series, their 12th in a row if they can complete the task tonight. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves White Sox, game 2 of a 3-game set. Spencer Strider night. Rock that stash. Get your game face on, Braves country. Welcome in, Braves country. You are listening. We will describe everything play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch. If you're watching along, we will describe everything pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, as we also run on 99.1 FM WQEE in the Metro Atlanta area. Our games go broadcast there. We had a question about that, why we don't just stand there or sit around and do the reaction commentary that some of the channels do. It's because we are a baseball broadcast. And the Atlanta Braves tonight, if you cannot see their jerseys, they are wearing the Saturday night specials, as I like to call them. It is the City Connects. If you're familiar with them, you know very well what they look like, but they're very familiar to the Hank Aaron era Braves uniforms with the white pants, the white tops, and the light blue on the shoulders, the A on the chest, and the light blue hat with the A outlined in red. The letters are outlined in red, as well as the numbers with blue lettering and blue numerals on the unis. Whitesox are wearing their classic gray pants and black jerseys with socks on the chest in white, and their letters and numerals are in white on front and back. And we are just about ready as Andrew Benintendi is stepping to the plate with a 714 OPS, 1 home run, 280 average, and 23 RBI. And it's about that time as Spencer Strider throws his last warm-up pitch, and it is baseball time in Braves country. Hello to everybody in the chat. Good Saturday night to you. The first pitch on the way is a fastball right there on the edge for a strike, and it's 0-1. 97 miles an hour on the outer edge. Braves nothing, White Sox nothing, top of the first inning. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back 98 mile an hour right down the pipe, and it's quickly 0-2. Atlanta Braves come in tonight into tonight's action 9.5 in front of the Baltimore Orioles. In front of the Miami Marlins, who are playing the Baltimore Orioles tonight. 12 in front of Philadelphia, who are finishing up a doubleheader with San Diego this evening. The 0-2 pitch from Strider. Fastball. They're going to say that just missed. Looked like it clipped the corner. Home plate umpire tonight, if you missed the introductions, is Dan Merzel. I think he might have missed one there. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from Spencer. Swing and fouls it back. Do it again at 1-2. Braves also in the win-loss column, 19.5 in front of the Mets, 24.5 in front of Washington. And then for the best record in baseball, as the 1-2 pitch is on the way, swing and drags it foul down the first base line. It's 1-2. Tampa Bay, they have a 4-game lead. Baltimore, a 6-game lead. Tampa Bay is finishing up another doubleheader today, as they were with the Kansas City Royals. The 1-2 pitch swung on and sprayed foul into the third base stands. We'll do it again. They're 9 in front of the Dodgers, 8.5 in front of Texas, and 10.5 in front of Toronto and Arizona. That pretty much gives you the overview for the best record in baseball and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. 99 miles an hour, blew it right by him, and there's one away. Appreciate the kind words, Underwater. If everyone could hit that like button, it's much appreciated. And don't be scared to share. We want as many folks in here on Braves Country Baseball. We're not that far from the playoffs. It seems like a far way away as hot as it is outside. First pitch on the way to Tim Anderson is a 99 mile an hour fastball, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Braves could use a deep start by Strider. The 0-1 swing and a miss out in front of the slider. It's 0-2. If you missed the news earlier, AJ Minter has been sent to the IL, 15-day IL. Derek Rodriguez brought up the 0-2 pitch. Did he go around? They're going to check down the first baseline. Got him! Strike 3. Check swing. Tim Anderson went around, said first base umpire Ryan Addington, and there's 2 away. Looking at the replay, that's one of those, if you're a Sox fan, he didn't go. If you're a Braves fan, he definitely went. So 2 down. Luis Robert comes to the plate, and he takes a swing and pops it up down the first baseline in foul territory. Making a Willie Mays-style catch is Matt Olson, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You're not out there. You can't be because I am out there. And if I see you out there, there's not enough voltage in this world to electroshock me back into coherence.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
The Federal League owners fought back, charging that the major leagues constituted a monopoly, and they sued organized baseball in federal court in Chicago in 1915. The presiding judge was said to be death on trusts, but he was also a baseball fan. He refused to rule quickly, and the months dragged on. Finally, Federal League owners, increasingly strapped for cash after 2 shaky seasons, gave up. The new league collapsed. So did Ban Johnson's promises of better pay. Chris Speaker's salary was cut in half. The players were as powerless as they had been before, and still the federal judge had not ruled.
Do you realize that a decision in this case may tear down the very foundations of this game? Any blows at the thing called baseball would be regarded by this court as a blow to a national institution. Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We missed the starting lineups. We'll go through them as we go along here, but the Atlanta Braves lineup has not changed from last night. Acuna, Ozzie, Riley, and Olsen, followed by Murphy, Ozuna, Rosario, Arcia, and Harris. Lance Lynn coming in with a 5-8 record, 6.03 ERA. He gets ready to fire the first pitch to Ronald Acuna Jr. That ball is swung on and rifled right back to the second baseman. Making the catch is Remillard, and there's one away. Acuna was right on that pitch, but just hit him right into the teeth of the defense. Lance Lynn throws 6 different pitches, but heavily leans on the fastball, cutter, and then when he gets ahead, tries to go to the sinker. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is right there on the edge for a strike, 93 miles an hour. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and pops it back foul. Do it again at 0-2. Braves nothing, Sox nothing. Just getting going here in the bottom of the first inning. Braves took the first game 9-0 last night. The 0-2 pitch swung on, grounded over towards second. Remillard's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out for out number 2. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley comes in today's action. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Riley batting .264 on the year. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, 94 outer edge. Got him on the outside. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Lynn. Lets it fly. Caught looking, strike 3. Riley never had a chance in that at bat. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Being alone isn't that bad. It's a great opportunity to get to know yourself and be comfortable with who you are.
Tana, I already love myself. I just want to French someone.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Rick
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Mark caught it! Dwight Clark!
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
You know how I feel. I will be proud to lead you wonderful guys into battle anytime, anywhere.
In 1903, weakened by their own squabbling, the National League owners sued for peace. Van Johnson had won. A new national agreement was negotiated. Now there would be 2 major leagues, separate but equal, honoring one another's contracts, both retaining the reserve clause that kept players bound to their owners for life. A 3-man national commission was appointed to settle disputes and see that the regulations were enforced. Power was supposed to be shared equally, but Van Johnson saw to it that he was really in charge. The players were not represented.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves taking on the Chicago White Sox, game 2 of a 3-game set. Top of the second inning, we'll start off with Eloy Jimenez, Andrew Vaughn, and Jake Berger. Jimenez coming to the plate, designated hitter, batting .270 on the year with 12 homers, 40 RBI, and a .783 OPS. The first pitch on the way from Strider is a slider on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Right there at the knees. Slider taken all the way. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Strider. Lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Slider started off about knee high and just kept diving off the edge of the plate. And it's the 3rd strikeout for Spencer Strider. So 4 up, 4 down so far for Spencer. That'll bring Andrew Vaughn to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is a fastball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. That strike that he didn't get on the called 3rd strike call for the leadoff hitter Benintendi was closer than that pitch. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-2. And though he ended up with the strikeout, what really drives you nuts is that Benintendi fouled off a few more pitches. Spencer's pitch count would be really low right now if it wasn't for that. The 0-2 pitch on the way from Spencer. Curveball. Did he go around? They're going to check down the line. He did not. It's 1-2. Spencer Strider has thrown 15 strikes, 2 balls so far. Doesn't mean they've all been in the zone, but that's what they've been called. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, banged off the plate, foul. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Braves Country Baseball, Saturday night. Spencer Strider in the Saturday night specials. The 1-2 pitch from Spencer. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Spencer Strider dealing the quad father with 4 strikeouts through 5 batters. Or is this the first time that a lot of these White Sox hitters have seen Spencer Strider? Andrew Vaughn chased one up around his eyes. So 2 down, and the first pitch on the way, Jake Berger's a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Berger, 19 home runs on the year, batting .217 with a .783 OPS. The 0-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. Slider on the outer edge. He's really got that slider placing early. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Spencer Strider yaks the side. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
I need you to be honest with me.
I am being honest with you, dude.
This is gonna go a lot easier if you're honest.
And I will. Yeah, dude.
Yeah. What are you on right now?
Cloud 9. What? On Cloud 9?
No. What are you on right now? You gotta be honest.
I'm on one, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Stop. What are you on right now, man?
TikTok. What? Instagram. All of them. I'm on all of them.
I'm not talking about your apps. Drugs.
Sure, if you got some.
Armchair. What your favorite type of ice cream says about you. If your favorite type of ice cream is chocolate or vanilla, you're a classic person. You tend to keep to yourself. You do have a lot of friends, though, and you're a pretty dope person. Now, if your favorite type of ice cream is pistachio, you either have a taste bud issue or you're 50. That's it. Now, chocolate chip cookie dough, you, my friend, are smart, immaculate, beautiful. Now, I don't know why, but when someone says their favorite ice cream is cotton candy, they're either 5 or they smell like the entire Bath and Body Works store. And if your favorite ice cream is coffee, you, my friend, have a coffee addiction. You should probably get that checked out.
Things change so fast in the United States. All of us had the experience, even by the time we're 40 often, of going back to the place where we grew up and finding everything changed. And something about baseball seems to tie us into that change, or to link us, to carry us across the decades and the times. As the new players come up and the old, formerly new players become old, there's a kind of continuity to it that we don't find in our neighborhoods, where the old factory is torn down, condominiums go up, and baseball, for all its changes, continues. 3 strikes are still an out.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Chicago Whitesox, knotted up at 0 apiece, and we're heading to the bottom of the second inning. Due up will be Matt Olson, Sean Murphy, and Eddie Rosario. Matt Olson digs in. Lynn goes back to work, and the first pitch is just misses high. 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Lynn lets it fly. Swung on, fouls it straight back. 1-1. Braves nothing, Sox nothing. If you're just joining us, Spencer Strider just struck out the side. He struck out 5 of the first 6 batters, 6 up, 6 down. The 1-1 pitch. High and out of the zone, 2-1. Over under tonight on strikeouts for Spencer Strider in the desert was 9.5. He's already halfway there. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and pulls it foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Lance Lynn had a very good outing last time out against Toronto, but has an ERA north of 6. So Braves hope they can get to him early and often. And Matt Olson called out on strikes as an automatic strike. I thought he had called timeout. Instead, he got rang up on a strikeout. Olson doesn't like it, slams his bat into the dugout. Can't blame him, and there's one away. First pitch on the way to Murphy is just off the plate wide. This is the dumbest part of the rule. And bad job by home plate umpire Dan Merzells. The 1-0 pitch is right there for a strike. 1-1. because he wasn't looking at the pitcher within 8 seconds, and that is by far the dumbest part of the rule. They called a strike. Most of your umpires I've noticed this year have let that one go, the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, top of the zone, it's 1-2. My hope would be Merzel is going to get left off of the umpiring cruise in October, because you can't have that happen in October. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled straight back. Do it again at 1-2. I get it if you want to give a guy an automatic strike if he's not in the box, but if he's in the box, doesn't matter if he's looking, you know? The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Lance Lynn has struck out 2, has been credited for 3, and there's 2 away. And honestly, I don't think it should even have anything to do with the batter. If the pitcher is ready to roll and you're not ready, the pitcher should be able to throw the ball. So that'll bring Marcell Ozuna. Marcell takes the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Marcell, righty-righty matchup, but the numbers in Vegas suggest that he should be able to hit Lynn pretty well. The 1-0 pitch. Inside almost clips him. 2-0. Going over some of the expected average from Ozuna versus Lynn earlier. The 2-0 pitch. Did he go around? They're going to say he did. 2-1. Kind of an excuse me swing at the top of the zone. It's one of the reasons why Vegas had him at only a plus 340 if you took him to hit a home run. The 2-1 pitch. Down and away. 3-1. Conversely, Ozzie Albies was a plus 400 from the left side of the plate. The 3-1 pitch to Ozuna. Caught the top of the zone. Full count. It's 3-2. Ozuna didn't like it. Looked like it might have just touched the very top of the zone. Ozuna calls time. Better make sure you get time from this guy. That's all I know, man. He might have dinner plans. He's ringing guys up left and right. If you took the over for the strikeouts for the entire game, you're looking pretty right now. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. We'll do it again. It's a full count. Braves nothing, Sox nothing. Bottom of the second inning. The payoff pitch. Swung on and dragged down the third base line. Foul. We'll do it again at 3-2. Good to see D and Brenner and Margaret. The 3-2 pitch. Swing. Just got a piece of that one. Fouls it straight back. Do it again at 3-2. Phillies and Padres are underway. San Diego's taking a 1-0 lead in the second. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back, and Ozuna really making them work. We're about to approach the 10th pitch of this at bat. Lynn still with a low pitch count at 25. The 3-2 swung on and fouled away. We'll do it again. If you missed it earlier, Philadelphia came back, rallied to beat San Diego in the first part of their doubleheader. The 3-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves go quietly. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
You saved $1 a day for a year. Do you know how much money you'd have? Roughly $30,000. What did you eat before and after a match?
The pre-match meal was probably 3 Miller Lights and 2 Tylenols. That was the pre-match meal. And then afterwards, the post-match meal was probably 12 Miller Lights.
What your birthday says about you, friend group edition. If you were born the 24th to the 26th, then you are the partier. You're friends with everybody. You don't care who comes over, who has a good time with you, as long as you're there. If you were born the 6th, then you're definitely the weird one out of the group, but you're still really funny and people love to hang out with you. Now, if you were born the 14th through the 16th, you were definitely more of the quiet person. You'd rather just have all your friends come over, watch movies, whatever, but you'll still go out. Now, if you were born the 9th or the 10th, then you're the type of person that tries to get out of everything. You don't want to party. You don't want to do anything. You just want to sit home by yourself.
On June 3rd, 1932, Lou Gehrig did something even Babe Ruth had never done. He hit 4 home runs in a single game. But that extraordinary feat got him few headlines the next day. Something even more important to baseball had happened. John McGraw was leaving the game.
After 30 years of continuous services, John Joseph McGraw has resigned as manager of the Giants. At the age of 59, Mr. McGraw steps down because of failing health, with his Giants in last place. Mr. McGraw was a product of the old school of baseball, when fistfights were common, when red liquor was sold at all the park, when only ladies of questionable social standing attended the game. To the end, he was faithful to his truculent creed. The last official act he performed as manager of the Giants was to file a protest with the league against Bill Clem, the umpire. Joe Williams, New York World Telegram.
He died 2 years later, mourned by many as the greatest of all baseball managers, the winner of 10 pennants.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Chicago White Sox is knotted up at nothing apiece. We're heading to the top of the third inning. 7, 8, 9 batters due up for Chicago. Spencer Strider will see if he can continue what has been a great beginning to the Saturday night start. Struck out 5 of the first 6 batters. The first pitch on the way to the second baseman, Remillard, is called for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. 98 on the outer edge. It's 0-2. Sam, I sure hope we get a win by more than 2. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get sent into right field against the shift. A ground ball for a leadoff single and the first hit of the game. There goes the no-hitter. 1 on and nobody out. Just sent it over to right where second base normally plays, but the Braves in a shift. Ozzie Albies, you've been seeing the Braves do this quite a bit. Ozzie against right-handed batters is playing just to the right of second base. First pitch on the way to Oscar Collis is a ball way out of the zone. It's 1-0. Collis, 206 average, 1 home run, 8 RBI. Righty-lefty matchup. The 1-0. Swing and a miss, 98 right down the pipe, 1-1. On the pitch, Remillard faked like he was heading to second, then put on the brakes. Probably would have been a really bad pitch to run on there. 98 up top. Sean Murphy would have had a perfect opportunity to gun him down. The 1-1 pitch. Slider swung on and fouled down the line. It's 1-2. Runner on first, nobody out. The hind catcher, Zavalia, is standing on deck. The 1-2 on the way from Spencer. Swung on, and that ball is ripped into left center field. Going to get down for a base hit. Harris cuts it off, but Remillard goes first to third, and there's nobody out here in the top of the third. So a couple of pitches that he's left out over the plate. White Sox have gone with it, not tried to pull it, which is probably their game plan, not to try to pull Spencer Strider's fastball and just go with it. The White Sox got something cooking here in the top of 3. Looking at the scoreboard real quick, Miami leads Baltimore 4-1. That game is in the second. San Fran and Pittsburgh are 0-0 in the first. Tampa Bay and Kansas City scoreless in the third. San Diego 1-0 over Philly in the second. First pitch on the way to the number 9 hitter, Zavalia, is called for a strike at the top of the zone. Slider just nipped the top corner. It's 0-1. Dodgers and Mets are still haven't begun, but I do see an alert that they're warming up. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up foul back behind home plate. The runner from first was on the move, but he'll have to retreat. It's 0-2. Typically, if it was still in a quote-unquote rain delay, they wouldn't have warm-up on the screen. So that's what they're reporting right now out of the New York area. The Mets and Dodgers should get going shortly. Excuse me. The 0-2 pitch from Strider. Rocks and fire. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 98 right down the pipe. And there's one away. So a big out number 1, but it doesn't get any easier as the top of the order is coming to the plate. But now a double play can get you out of it. Andrew Benintendi coming to the dish. Benintendi takes the first pitch inside, 98 miles an hour. Misses inside, it's 1-0. Benintendi 0-for-1 with the strikeout. The 1-0. Spencer fires in the slider down around the ankles, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Braves are playing a shift to the right side of the infield, but at double play depth. Riley all by his lonesome over there at third. The 1-1 pitch. Slider misses inside, 2-1. Standing on deck is Tim Anderson. Braves would gladly trade an out for a run here. So the infield is back. The 2-1 pitch from Strider. Swung on and lifted into left field. Will it get down? It'll get down for a base hit. That'll be a run. And it's 1-0 Chicago. Runners on first and second and 1 away. Seeing eye single dumps out in front of Eddie Rosario, about 10 feet in front of him. Chicago 1, Atlanta 0 in the top of the third. So that'll bring Tim Anderson to the plate. Anderson, righty-righty matchup. He struck out his first time up. The first pitch on the way. Just misses off the plate, slider on the edge. It's 1-0. Anderson with good speed along with Benintendi. It's going to be hard to turn a double play with Collis at second. The 1-0 pitch. In the dirt. Good backhand by Murphy. That was about a 55-footer that he had to backhand. If he doesn't do that, both runners move up, then you really got yourself a mess. Right now, you got to force at every bag. The 2-0 from Strider, righty-righty matchup. Fastball misses, ball 3. So a 3-0 count, and standing on deck is Luis Robert, not the guy you want to face with the bases juiced. Strider lifts his leg and then spins back to second to chase back the runner. Might have just been wanting to think about what he was about to throw. You got a 3-0 count. Anderson digs in, sitting dead red, the pitch. Fastball right down the pipe, taken all the way. It's 3-1. Three-one count. First and second, one down. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss. Gutsy slider out of the zone, but he went for it, and it's 3-2. So a full count. He's gone fastball slider in the last two pitches. Does he pump the fastball or go back to the off speed, the 3-2 pitch? Swing and a grounder over to second. Arcia's got it. He'll fire it over to first. Only had one play. Both runners moving up 90 feet, and you got runners on second and third, but there's now two outs and an open base if you do want to pitch around Luis Robert. Though Eloy Jimenez would come to the plate. He did go with the slider. It was just tapped. Just got a piece of it. Anderson did, dragged it over to short. Thought he might go with the fastball. I think Anderson did too. Luis Robert comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch and lifts it high into left field. Going to get down. And a terrible defensive play by Eddie Rosario is going to lead to both runs scoring. Both runs probably would have scored anyways, but an absolute awful defensive play. The ball dropped in front of Rosario, overran it, and then it got behind him. Harris, thankfully, was backing him up on the play. So they'll either give it a 2 RBI double or a single and an E7. Regardless, it should still be 2 RBIs. I don't think he technically touched the ball, so in theory you can get away with not giving him the error, but that's definitely an error. So 3-0 Chicago. Strider trying to get his focus back here. He's given up 3 runs. First pitch on the way to him, and as it swung on and missed 98 miles an hour right down the pipe, it's 0-1. You know, we've seen them do it to Ozuna. That's one of those plays that honestly, if you're Snicker and you want to treat everyone equally, you put Pilar in left field next inning. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled straight back. It's 0-2. Chicago 3, Atlanta nothing. 0-2 count to Strider to Jimenez. The wind up the pitch. Fastball 101 just misses off the plate. It's 1-2. So you got 2 down, runner on second. A 1-2 count on Jimenez. The wind up the pitch. In the dirt. Good take by Jimenez. It's 2-2. Slider off the plate. If you didn't see the play we're talking about with Eddie Rosario, and he's done this a few times, he just kind of doesn't do all the quote-unquote basics in the outfield defense. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. 100 miles an hour up top. You'll see him make some spectacular plays, but as far as the fundamentals, right there, you got to make sure that ball doesn't get by you. He just kind of overran it, and then just kind of swiped his glove at the ball as he was running by it. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded back up the middle. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout. Jimenez busting it down the line, but that'll end the inning. But not before Chicago grabs a 3-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I understand that we're not friends anymore. Okay, look, man, you brought this on yourself. I know I did, but that's no reason for me to suffer.
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze, and Elysian is introducing an altered state of IPA. Contact Haze is a tangled chemistry of mild haze, low bitterness, and an explosion of hop aroma. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, currant, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans in stores and Make contact.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why did Robin Ventura charge the mound against Nolan Ryan? Robin Ventura getting beaten by Nolan Ryan in a headlock is absolutely iconic. But why did Ventura think it was a good idea to go after Ryan? Pudge Rodriguez has gone on record saying that the White Sox and Rangers had bad blood for years, even as recently as the previous series between the two teams. The inning before the fight, White Sox pitcher Alex Fernandez plunked Ranger outfielder Juan Gonzalez. When Nolan Ryan got on the mound, he retaliated by hitting Robin Ventura. Ventura felt that it was intentional, so he decided to go for it. After the game, Nolan Ryan claimed innocence, saying, "I didn't expect that to happen. I was just trying to pitch him inside." Ventura, on the other hand, felt it was 100% intentional, saying, "If you don't think he did it on purpose, you don't know the game. I'm alright, he gave me a couple noogies, but that was about it."
New York writers were determined to make Christy Mathewson the best pitcher, the pitcher hero of all time. And in that sense, they were tended to ignore Walter Johnson. They couldn't do this because Walter Johnson surpassed Mathewson in so many ways. If Walter Johnson were pitching for a team that had the winning percentage of Mathewson's Giants, there would have been no contest.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 3-0. That's the bad news. The good news is we got a long way to go, and we got the bats to do it. Braves have yet to get a hit. White Sox were sitting in that same very predicament right before this inning began. White Sox scored 3 runs, 4 hits in that inning. Eddie Rosario is staying in the game. He's coming to the plate. Rosario, first pitch, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Lance Lynn about to throw his 29th pitch of the evening. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is lifted high and deep, going back on the track, over the wall, and it's 3-1. And like we were saying, you got to leave Eddie in. His 15th home run of the year, and Eddie Rosario goes deep for your Atlanta Braves. That'll help you could tell by looking in his face when right before the break when they flashed over in the outfield. You could tell that he was upset with himself. So the Braves get one back. And like I was saying before, I don't think that what should have been an error caused a run, because with 2 outs and the ball is the first pitch on the way to Arcee is called for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. With runners on second and third, and it was a looping single as the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Both of those runners were going to score. They were off at the crack of the bat. That wasn't the issue. The issue was not playing the play correctly allowed what would have been a 4th run possibly get to second base. So an 0-2 count to Orlando, The wind up the pitch. Swung on and fouled it down the line. It's 0-2. If you took Rosario to hit a home run tonight, he was plus 400. The 0-2 pitch to Orlando. Swung on, just got a piece of that, tapped it foul. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. But everything else with put the botched defensive play aside, I would just like to see Pilar and Hilliard get more at bats. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Lance Lynn's 5th strikeout of the night, and there's one away. And I'm really surprised that we have not seen, not necessarily a straight platoon system, but you would think Hilliard and Pilar, who played phenomenally beginning of the season with the injuries that we had, is the first pitch to Michael Harris. The second is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. You would think that alone would have earned them more playing time, at least once a week. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled straight back. It's 0-2. Chicago 3, Atlanta 1. The 0-2 pitch. Down and in. 1-2. Arcia in the All-Star game, there really was no one better in the National League this year. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled it straight back. We'll do it again at 1-2. His defense alone kind of made him stand out, but then he had a hot start, cooled off. But if you look at the numbers from all the other shortstops, no one really had much of an argument. The 1-2 pitch, swung on and grounded, foul down the first base line. We'll do it again at 1-2. Lynn is Lynn's considered about as the 1-2 pitch misses outside wide, 2-2. Lynn at one point was a number 2 type pitcher. Their ace is actually going tomorrow, Dylan Cease. That's why this game is important for Atlanta, because it's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Just misses off the plate. Ball 3, 3-2. Braves are going to go up against Dylan Cease, and they'll be sending Colby Allard to the mound, so that's going to be a tough game. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled away. We'll do it again at 3-2. Yeah, that was a long time ago. The 3-2 pitch. Winds up and lets it fly downstairs. Ball 4. Good take by Harris. And a good at bat by Michael Harris. He works himself aboard, and the tying run coming to the plate in the form of Ronald Acuna Jr. Lynn at one point was looked upon as a very good pitcher. He's a former All-Star, but Cease, much better stuff now. Lynn now 36 years old. He's at the end of his contract. Good chance that he gets moved at the trading deadline. First pitch on the way to Acuna is swing and a miss, strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr., 0 for 1, his first time up, lined out the first pitch, but he hit it on the screws. It was just right at the second baseman who was playing in a shift. Braves 1, Chicago 3. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. It's 0-2. So runner on first, one out. The 0-2 pitch to Acuna. Misses high and outside, 1-2. Ronald Acuna Jr. digs in on the 1-2, way off the plate. It's 2-2. Good take by Acuna. Ball started about midway and then just kept drifting out. So he's worked the count back to even, maybe get something to hit here. The 2-2 pitch. On the way, ball 3. Zavala is going to flip it down to first, try to catch Harris napping, but really not much of a chance of getting him. Harris didn't really look like he was going, didn't have that good of a lead, but trying to throw behind the runner. So a full count to Acuna. One out, the pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep, going back on the track, over the wall. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Rama-lama, ding-dong, a 2-run blast, and we got ourselves a tie game in Atlanta. Ronald Acuna Jr. just stepped into that one and slammed it over the wall. 426 happy feet, 108 miles an hour off the bat, and it's 3-3 here in Hotlanta. That was a heck of an at bat by Ronald Acuna Jr. Didn't try to do too much with that pitch. Just, you notice the last few pitches, they were going outside once they got the 2 strikes. And he just went with it and sailed it over the wall. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1, excuse me. Man, oh man, alive, did he just plow that ball. The 0-1 pitch goes to the backstop. Would have been a pass ball if someone was on base. No one on base, it's just a whole lot of nothing. But he tried to backhand, the ball just skipped away. The 1-1 inside and down, 2-1. The 2-1 righty lefty matchup, high and inside, ball 3, 3-1. Pitch looked like it almost got the top of the zone, but just missed. So a 3-1 count to Ozzie, open stance from the left side. The wind up the pitch, swung on and dragged that one foul. Probably went after ball 4. We'll do it again. It's a full count. Braves 3, Sox 3, bottom of 3. And a 3-2 count. The pitch on the way, ball 4. Another ball just got away. I don't even know what happened there. Zavala, the catcher, couple of pitches there in that at bat, just dropped it. That last one, I think it just popped out of his webbing and then ricocheted off the umpire. Didn't get too far away, so Ozzie just jogs down to first. So now Ozzie stands on first. And we've got one down. And the Atlanta Braves might have Lance Lynn on the ropes here. He's at 55 pitches now. He's thrown about 30 this inning. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley digs in the first pitch, swing and a miss on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Riley struck out his first time up, struck out looking. Austin Riley, 263 average, 16 home runs, 44 RBI, a 771 OPS. Righty-righty matchup, the wind up the pitch. It's way off the plate, 1-1. Austin Riley from Memphis, Tennessee, the 26-year-old. The 1-1, down and away. Ball 2, 2-1. So his cutter, which is moving more like a slider right now, misses last two pitches. You wonder if he might go back to the fastball on the outside part of the plate. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Jam shot. High in the sky. Can of corn over by second. Remillard will make the catch. 2 down. They were set up outside, but Lynn missed the mark, and I think it worked out for him because it kind of jammed him in there on the handle, and he got the pop out. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson hit a grand slam last night. Digs in, the first pitch swinging, and that ball's going to get dumped into center field. Down for a base hit. Ozzie Albies cuts around second, heads to third, and we got runners on the corners. The relay pitch gets away, but the runners will stay. No harm, no foul. Missed the cutoff man from Luis Robert into the infield. Not quite sure where he was throwing to. There was no one really standing there. Matt Olson on with the base hit, and here comes Sean Murphy. Sean Murphy batting .300 on the season with a .981 OPS, will step in with 17 homers, 55 RBI. And Lynn on the ropes here, his 61st pitch of the night, swing and a miss, strike one. Sean Murphy, 0 for 10 lifetime versus Lynn, 7 strikeouts and a walk. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, pops it up, and that should be easy playable into right field. Underneath it, making the catch is Collis, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put 3 on the board. They answer 3 after the Chicago 3. It's 3-3, end of 3.
How you doing? Hi, sir. I would like to look at your most expensive Hank Aaron card, please.
Got just the one. Only 4 in circulation, $31,000.
Oh, well, that's very, very fine. Yeah. Let me look at your least expensive Hank Aaron card, please.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Stan Musial is one of the most underrated players of all time. He had 3,630 hits, which puts him 4th on the all-time list. But weirdly enough, Stan the Man had exactly 1,815 hits at home and exactly 1,815 hits on the road.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit so.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit, hearing, full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Although the first World Series had been a huge success, the reputation of the game continued to suffer as brawling fans drove away paying customers. Now, Van Johnson ordered his American League owners to have their stadiums patrolled to keep rowdiness down. Players and managers, as well as fans, were expected to behave.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. See a lot of folks in the chat, a lot of familiar faces. Ron, Margaret, Ryan, Yelton. There's Floyd with the hit the damn ball. I think we almost need caps or T-shirts or koozies with that on there. I was waiting to see that. Braves 3, Whitesox 3. We're heading to the top of the fourth. If you're just joining us, Ronald Acuna Jr. just went yard. 2-run shot. First pitch on the way from Strider is a slider that just misses off the edge. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Strider. Just off the plate wide, 2-0. Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Everyone needs to hit that like, please. The other thing that I saw when talking about Murphy, really, I'm a little surprised after seeing the numbers. The 2-0 pitch swung on, popped up, can of corn in between home and first, foul territory. Here comes Olsen. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. When a guy is 0 for 10 lifetime with 7 strikeouts, and you've got Travis d'Arnaud on your bench, and you know you're going to have a day game tomorrow, why not just start d'Arnaud and let Murphy start tomorrow? It's a little odd. I know they're just probably wanting to prove that he can hit him. I don't know. It's weird. First pitch on the way from Strider to Burgers, 98 up top. It's 1-0. Batters will tell you that there are just some pitchers, no matter what, they don't pick up well. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, slider off the edge. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, slider off the edge again. This one faded off the plate. It's 1-2. Who was it that I saw? Edward, Braves fan since 1957. So you jumped on the bandwagon, huh? When they won the World Series. You're a bandwagon Braves fan? I'm joking. The 1-2 pitch. Kicks and deals, swung on and grounded foul. Do it again at 1-2. Man, if you've been watching the Braves since 57, you've seen some guys. Some guys I wish I could have saw. The 1-2 pitch. Misses high, 99 up top, 2-2. Warren Spahn. Sane. Hank Aaron. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get lifted and drilled into the left field corner up against the wall. Rosario gets it back in, but it's going to be a 1-out double for Berger. Yeah, Joe Torre. Got a great book here at the house that talks about the 57 Braves. So runner on second, 1 down. Braves and Sox tied up at 3. Remillard, the number 7 hitter, comes up to the plate, and the first pitch on the way is a slider, just kisses the black on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Not sure if that actually hit the edge, but we'll take it. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, slider in the dirt. It's 0-2. My grandfather was in the U.S. Navy and used to watch Hank Aaron in the minor league system in Jacksonville when he was with the Tars, as the team was called back then. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded up the middle. Arcia's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out, 2 away. Hearing stories like that, and my grandfather on my mother's side, who grew up a Brooklyn Dodgers fan, they were both big baseball fans. It kind of what led to my baseball fandom, along with my mom, who was a big Brooklyn Dodger fan growing up. And we've converted her now to Braves country. So 2 down, runner on third, and Oscar Collis comes to the plate, and he'll take 97 right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Oscar Collis 1 for 1 with a single in the third. Go-ahead run stands 90 feet away. Strider Looks in, righty-lefty matchup, swing, and fouls it back. 0-2. Spencer Strider, by the way, is at 63 pitches now. So if he can get a quick out here, he'll be right on pace. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball. Whoa. What is he calling? Home plate umpire Dan Merzel is calling that a ball. And on your screen, it looks like a ball, but that was right there on the plate. I said it before. I'm pretty sure the graph that is up there on the screen is the 1-2 pitches in the dirt. It's 2-2. Pretty sure it's reactionary to what home plate umpires call, because I've noticed with this one, as opposed to other ones we've used, that they tend to put it in the zone if it's called a strike, and if it's not called a strike, they'll take it out of the zone no matter where it lands. But that pitch looked like it just touched the inside part of the plate. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and just gets a piece of that, fouls it off his instep. We'll do it again at 2-2. I do remember Murphy and Horner and Bruce Benedict started watching the Braves in the very early 80s. Remember when Bob Horner hit the 4 home runs in one game? I thought he was headed to the Hall of Fame. I was convinced. Well, Lou Gehrig did it, so that's he's got to be an all-timer. A 2-2 count, 2 outs, runner on third. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string on that one and got him just out in front to end the inning. So the Sox threatened but failed to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Bo Body. What does the first B stand for?
What are we doing?
We're making acronyms. Okay, what does the first B stand for? Business. I like it.
We need a new manager.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known, Part 18. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat.
Armchair.
New York Giants second baseman John Montgomery Ward was a rarity among players, a graduate of the Columbia Law School. And in an age when workers everywhere were struggling to win their rights, he was willing to take on the club owners on their own terms. Ward publicly denounced the reserve clause, which now kept every player from deciding for himself where he wished to play, and forced him to accept whatever wage his owner was willing to pay.
There is now no escape for the player. If he attempts to elude the operation of the rule, he becomes at once a professional outlaw, and the hand of every club is against him. Like a fugitive slave law, the reserve clause denies him a harbor or a livelihood, and carries him back bound and shackled to the club from which he attempted to escape. We have, then, the curious result of a contract which on its face is for 7 months, being binding for life. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves tied up at 3. We're heading to the bottom of the 4th inning. And Marcell Ozuna is coming to the plate. Ozuna takes the first pitch from Lynn right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Ozuna has a look like he didn't like it. It looked like a strike, the 0-1 pitch. High and inside, 1-1. He's gone fastball, curveball to start the inning. The 1-1 pitch just clips the top of the zone. Strike 2, 2-1. Oh, 1-2, excuse me. Lance Lynn, 65 pitches, the 1-2 pitch. Off the plate, wide and away, it's 2-2. Good take by Ozuna there. That looked like one of those a lot of guys swing at. Lynn quickly going back to work. The 2-2 on the way. Joe, way off the plate, wide, ball 3, 3-2. You got a full count to Ozuna. The wind up to pitch. Ball 4. After getting ahead in the count, he tried to get him to chase several times out of the zone. 3 straight curveballs off the plate and away. Instead, he walks the leadoff batter. Good at bat by Marcel. Pretty remarkable take, too, because as they're showing the replay, that curveball starts at around Marcel's hip and just keeps going away and away and away. First pitch on the way to Eddie, who hit a home run his first time up, is down below the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 90 at the top of the zone. It's 0-2. So you got an 0-2 count to Rosario. The wind-up pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, but not very deep. Calling him off is the center fielder, Robert. Drifting behind him was Collis. Thought they might collide at first, and there's one away. Oscar Collis, OC, kind of acted like that he may not have heard Robert. So one down. And Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. Arcia batting .297, a .779 OPS. 7 home runs. The first pitch up is way inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Orlando Arcia is 0 for 1 on the night. The 1-0 pitch. Down and away, 2-0. Lance Lynn looks in. 2-0 pitch. Swing and grounds it over to third. It's going to be a 5-4-3 double play to end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Hey, is that T-Bone?
No, there's no T-Bone.
Why no T-Bone?
Why no T-Bone?
Because Neil Watkins from accounting is T-Bone.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
My kids, they don't help either, My kids, they're real smart kids I got, Yeah. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you. And my daughter, too, she's no bargain either, my daughter. You kidding? Well, she's been picked up so many times, she's starting to grow handles.
Armchair.
Why do you suppose people want to listen to you?
I think they know that I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be fair. I don't have a hidden agenda. Not many people on TV that you can say that about. The people like, you think our team sucks? I'm like, yeah, I only think that because they suck. It's just basketball. We're not solving inflation. We didn't just get back from Afghanistan.
Past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad Greg. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Chicago White Sox, all knotted up at 3. We're heading to the top of the 5th inning. Braves Country Baseball comes your way, pitch by pitch, play by play. Braves baseball all summer long, and of course into October. First pitch on the way from Strider to start off the 5th is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Blew it right by the hind catcher up top. It's 0-1. Sebi Zavala, batting 165 on the year. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 99 up top. It's 0-2. Zavala, 29 years old. The 0-2 pitch misses down and away. It's 1-2. Does have 6 home runs on the year, though, just batting 168 through 131 at bats. So he must really come out of his shoes. It's from Fort Hood, Texas. Played college for San Diego State. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away, skips away to the backstop. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Drafted by the White Sox back in 2015. The number 9 hitter, Benintendi, stands on deck. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball just misses outside. Ball 3, 3-2. So a full count to the leadoff hitter, Zavala. Last thing you want to do is put a duck on the pond with the top of the order. The 3-2 pitch from Strider. Rocks and fires. Swing, and that ball is going to get lifted into right center field, down for a base hit. Ball was rocketed past Ozzie Albies just over his head. Good job by Michael Harris cutting that pitch off. Cutting that hit off before it hit the wall. So 1 on, nobody out. Benintendi comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Benintendi, 98 miles an hour, swings and a miss. Blew it right by him. Up top, it's 0-1. Strider now at 74 pitches. The 0-1 pitch from Spencer. Lifts his leg, kicks and fires. Swung on, and that ball is lifted into left field. And another terrible play by Eddie Rosario ends up in rolling past Rosario on a sliding attempt on a catch. Gets past him, gets all the way down to the warning track. He corrals it, fires it into third, and trying to stretch it in to a triple. Eddie Rosario is going to throw out the runner. So the good, the bad, and the ugly all on one play. Benintendi shot the ball down the left field line. Rosario tried to make an attempted sliding catch, backhanded. The ball hopped in front of him, then leaped under his glove. I thought it went over his glove at first. Went underneath his glove. Rolled almost to the wall. Rosario hustled to get back to it, and then threw out the runner, trying to stretch it into a triple. It is 4-3, but there's nobody on. First pitch to Anderson misses off the plate wide, 1-0, and that's followed up with a swing and a miss strike, 1-1. So a lot going on in there, makes it 4-3 Chicago. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees. It's 1-2. Really head-scratching defensive plays out there in left tonight. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So he went four-seam, and then got him on the slider. Zavala was hustling all the way, scored with ease once the ball got underneath Rosario's glove. But Benintendi is the first pitch on the way to Luis Robert, 98 miles an hour up top. It's 0-1, swing and a miss. So you can look at the good news, but the bad news is the runner did score. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, it's 1-1. If he stays in front of that ball, the runner does not score, probably makes it to third. With nobody out, probably eventually scores, but the 1-1 misses high, 2-1. So Luis Robert, the all-star for the Chicago White Sox, 26 home runs on the year. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back 98 miles an hour. I mean, they're going to be able to put together an entire video of how not to play left field with Eddie Rosario tonight. He's always been kind of a questionable left fielder, but man, he's having a bad night. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 3-2. I think we all remember some of the incredible catches he has made, especially the one that comes to mind in the playoffs where he was slamming into the left field wall, making a catch, but he's always been a little bit of a defensive liability, but most left fielders are. That's what makes Pilar so different. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. In fact, Luis Robert loses the bat on the swing. So that'll end the inning, but not before Chicago grabs a 1-run lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You don't like Drake? How could you not like Drake?
Who's Drake?
Who's Drake?
Drake is good.
I told you the Drake was bad. I hate the Drake.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And,
don't use your toothbrush.
For a limited time, introducing,
I'm still in the house.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
Armchair.
Now I want to ask you about, wouldn't you rather have this name spelled G-O-O-S-H, the phonetic spelling, rather than all the S's, W's, and Z's?
Gives him some character, though.
G-W-O-S-D-Z is the spelling, but it's pronounced Goosh.
Well, his nickname is iChart, and you can understand that. It's about 72 points on the Scrabble board.
Well, then he ought to make a great umpire when he retires as a player. It's a bit low. Goosh, he's been around. I remember that name with other teams. He's been with Walla Walla, Reno, Amarillo, Hawaii, and San Diego. That even's a count, a ball, and a strike.
Did you go to many games in Walla Walla?
I like the name of it. It's one of my favorite towns. Do you know what Walla Walla spelled backwards sounds like? Allah, Allah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't. I learn something every day working with you.
How'd we get started on this silly stuff?
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
Braves win! Braves win! Braves win!
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Let's get some runs, Braves Country. Braves trail at 4-3 as we head to the bottom of the fifth. A lot of baseball still left to play. Michael Harris II is going to be leading off this inning. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Michael misses high And out of the zone, it's 1-0. Harris walked his first time up. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and lifts it high, but not very deep. Drifting back. Is that ball going to be caught? It will. Tim Anderson makes the catch about 30 feet behind the second base bag for out number one. The way it was looping, I was hoping it might find its way to the ground. Second baseman Remillard and Anderson were both heading towards it. Anderson makes the play. Philly leads San Diego 4-2. That game is in the bottom of the fifth. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. Acuna takes the first swing, and the first pitch is swung on, and that ball's hammered into right field. Making the catch on the run is Oscar Collis for out number two. Ball is hitting that same general direction, just not as hard and as high and far as his home run earlier tonight. Just got underneath that one. So now 2 down, and Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Ozzie righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way is down and in. It's 1-0. Ozzie Albies digs in on the 1-0 count. He's got 22 home runs, 66 RBI, 6 stolen bases. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep, going back on the track. Is it over? No, it's going to go off the wall. Ricochets. Ozzie's hauling buns all the way around, going to try to stretch it to 3. Head first slide. Ozzie Albies makes it into a triple, and your Atlanta Braves are 90 feet away from tying the game. Good hustle by Ozzie Albies. That ball just missed from tying the game. Hit the top of the wall, ricocheted back, and actually pretty good defensive play by the Chicago White Sox outfield to keep that from turning into, honestly, if Ozzie doesn't lose his balance on the swing and they don't cut it off as quickly as they did, you're talking about it would have been an outside chance of going 4 bags. But a good defensive play by Robert. He backed up Oscar Collis on the play and kept Ozzie at third. Ozzie with the head first slide, but the throw was nowhere close to the slide. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is a swing and a miss strike. Pumped it right by him. It's 0-1. Lance Lynn is now at 80 pitches, so still pretty manageable. Fifth inning, the 0-1 pitch misses high, 1-1. Ozzie Albies stands on third as the tying run. Riley with the 1-1 count, and Matt Olson on deck. You got to figure he's going to see something. The 1-1 pitch. Inside, just misses, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. They set up outside. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. He has not picked up his fastball all night long. I really don't know why Lynn's throwing anything else. For whatever reason, he just does not pick him up well. Normally, Austin Riley can sit dead red. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. Will it stay playable? It will not. Goes into the stands. We'll do it again at 2-2. So you got a 2-2 count with 2 outs. Ozzie Albies stands on third. The wind up the pitch. Just off the plate wide. Ball 3, 3-2. He's trying to get him with that 4-seam fastball out wide. Like I said, he really has not picked that up well. You just hope the more time he sees it, he'll have a chance to dump one in. The 3-2 pitch swung on. That ball is roasted into left field. Down for a base hit. The game is tied. It's 4-4. Austin Riley saw that pitch one too many times, and this time the four-seamer caught way too much of the plate. He was trying to go outside, get him to chase, or get a little bit of a outside action. Instead, that pitch caught way too much of the plate, and he got just enough of it to send it in between the 4-6 hole and into left field. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson takes a wide strike down low to start off the at-bat. It's 0-1. Braves 4, Sox 4, bottom of the 5th inning. The 0-1 pitch to Olson. Swing and a miss. 91 up top. Looked like the cutter jammed him a bit. 0-2. Matt Olson singled in the 3rd inning, hit a grand slam last night. The game-winning RBIs for your Atlanta Braves. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Just misses up top, 1-2. Braves 4, Sox 4, bottom of the 5th. Lance Lynn now about to throw his 90th pitch of the inning. The 1-2 pitch. In the dirt. Blocked, but gets away. Riley's going to stay at first. Riley with okay speed, a good base runner. He not great speed, but he knows better than to try to get gunned down. I don't think he would have been able to make it. So deuces are wild. The 2-2 pitch off the plate, wide, ball 3. So now you got a full count. Riley will be running on first movement. Sean Murphy stands on deck. Anything that gets in the gap scores a run. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Took something a little off that. Changeup got him, and that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves, tie it up. It's 4-4 heading to the top of the 6th.
You know what this has to do with? The man in the cape. I bet you he is mixed up in this. I don't trust men in capes.
And you can't cast aspersions on someone just because they're wearing a cape. Superman wore a cape. I'll be damned if I'm going to stand here and let you say something bad about him.
All right, Superman's the exception.
Braves Country HD covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's it is caught. Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville, and Walker sneaks to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield, and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my gosh. That looks like 1955. Holy cow.
Armchair.
SEC! SEC!
Christian Yelich, a single and a run. Very dangerous hitter. The crowd is on their feet. We're down to 1 strike, Braves Country. Cross everything. So many heroes here. Wow! Called 3rd strike. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that's it. The Atlanta Braves will head to the National League Championship Series. They knock out the Milwaukee Brewers, a team that everyone had forgotten about. Everyone had left for dead. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves tied up as we head to the top of the 6th inning, Spencer Strider, by the way, Kevin Pillar has replaced Eddie Rosario in left field. Says Brian Snicker must have been listening to Braves Country or reading y'all's comments. The first pitch from Strider to Jimenez is fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 0-2. I'm sure knowing Brian Snicker as the 0-2 pitch is swung on and lifted high, not very deep into center field, making the catch is Money Mike for out number 1. I would say what you're going to get from Snicker post game is probably a whole lot of he was just having a bad game. So we wanted to get him out. But it's difficult because he also hit a home run. But in a tight ball game like this, they just can't have all these bad defensive plays. First pitch on the way to Vaughn is swung on, grounded up the middle, backhanded by Ozzie. He fires it back across the diamond. Olsen with a great one-hop catch for out number 2, 4-3 put out. Good play by Ozzie. Had to backhand it, slam on the brakes, and then stuck his foot in the ground and drilled it back over to first. When he finally got the ball and stopped his momentum, he was in shallow left field. So a good throw by Ozzie and a good catch by Olsen. First pitch on the way to Jake Burger is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. If Strider can get out of this inning pretty quickly, we may see him for inning number 7, and the Braves, with a mash unit in that bullpen, would love to see it. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouled away. It's 0-2. If you missed the news earlier, A.J. Minter went to the IL this morning, backdated to July 12th. He's on the 15-day IL. They brought up Derek Rodriguez. Max Fried, by the way, is pitching tonight in a rehab in Rome. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That ball's lifted high and deep, and that ball is gone. Fastball on the outer edge. Solo shot. And Jake Burger hits his 20th home run of the year. It's 5-4 Chicago. So a seesaw battle back and forth. Chicago takes the lead once again. Sure, they're going to try to get Strider through this inning, but after giving up that home run, you just wonder if you'll see him for the 7th. Probably not. First pitch on the way to Remillard is called for a wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Misses out of the zone high and in. 1-1, 98 miles an hour. The 1-1 from Strider. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. 98 up top. 1-2. So Spencer Strider 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. The 1-2 pitch. Off the plate wide. Slider misses. 2-2. The other obvious elephant in the room would be is if you did leave Strider in, he'd be on his way to face the order the 4th time. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning, but not before Chicago takes a 1-run lead. We'll grab the bats and try to answer back. It's 5-4 in Atlanta.
I need a 4-letter word for disappointment.
Eric.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the Key.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
It's all mixed up with peanuts, and tobacco juice, and a hearty feeling among the fans joshing each other. Always this raucous, good spirit. Everybody came to have a good time. That's the way I remember it. The whole stand's full of people all roaring. And I guess it's true of any sport, but in baseball, never known an answer where so instantly a whole crowd could be brought to its feet, roaring with delight over just a clean crack of a bat against the ball. It's a great sport that way.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 5-4. We're coming to the plate. We still have 4 more offensive innings left, so don't go anywhere. A seesaw battle. Lance Lynn is back to work. The first pitch on the way. Sean Murphy is going to be a line out to second. And there's one away. Sean Murphy now 0 for 13 lifetime versus Lance Lynn. Lance Lynn, 6 strikeouts on the night, 3 walks, 4 earned runs. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna, first pitch is high and outside. It's 1-0. Ozuna did reach via the walk. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. The 1-0 pitch just misses off the plate, 2-0. Update in Philadelphia. Phillies lead San Diego 4-2 in the 6th. Dodgers and Mets have gotten underway. It is tied up 1-1 in the 4th. The 2-0 pitch. Off the plate wide, called for a wide strike. It's 2-1. Very, very strange. 2 pitches that were right at the same spot. One was a strike and one was a ball. The 2-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball is lined up the middle for a base hit. Right back up over to the left of the second base bag. And it's a 1-out single for Marcell. Whitesox are going to come out and talk to Lance Lynn. We'll see if they'll keep him in. Lance Lynn. Yep, that'll be it for him. He's going to hit the showers. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that! The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, quickly. Will you don't give me that.
Look at me, 92, and I still enjoy swimming and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Back, Braves Country Baseball. We await the pitching change. Time to turn back time. Here on July 15th, Major League Baseball history. On this date, 1901, the Christian gentleman, Christy Mathewson, becomes the first rookie to throw a no-hitter in baseball history in the modern era. First pitch on the way from the right-hander out of the bullpen, Santos. Gregory Santos is a swing and a miss strike. Kevin Pillar, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 98 at the knees, 0-2. The 20-year-old right-hander Christy Mathewson, who threw the no-hitter in 1901, will hurl another no-hit game in 1905. He holds the Cardinals hitless. The Giants 5-0 victory at Robinson Field in St. Louis. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Kevin Pillar could not catch up with any of those pitches. He'll go sit on the bench and see if Orlando Arcia can fare any better. Arcia 0 for 2 on the night. The first pitch on the way is swung on and banged foul off the plate. It's 0-1. 99 mile an hour right there at the knees. On this date in 1939, National League President Ford Frick orders 2-foot screens affixed inside all foul poles. The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and fires inside 100 miles an hour. Did he go around? They said he did. 0-2. National League president orders 2-foot screens affixed inside all foul poles after Billy Jurgis of the Giants and umpire George Magarkuth spit at each other after a disputed call down the left field line in the Polo Grounds. The American League will soon follow suit, following the senior circuit's lead, installing screens in their own ballparks. That was 1939. The 0-2 pitch to Arcia. Inside 100 miles an hour. 1-2. Arcia had to bend off the plate, almost got a piece of him. So the hard-throwing Santos the 0-2 pitch swung on and grounded right in front of the plate, dropped by the hind catcher, throws it up the first base line, and it's a one-hopper. Good play by Vaughn to complete the 2-3 putout, but it was an adventure. We'll be back in a flash. That'll end the inning. Heading to the top of the 7th, it's 5-4 Chicago.
You play to win the game.
Covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Brad, you might know the answer, but where's Dobbs' eyebrows? I have to know. The kid looks like an alien.
I actually found out where Dobbs' eyebrows went to. He mailed them to Anthony Davis of the Pelicans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Before we start eating, just go around the table and say what we're thankful for.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and everyone is going to shut up.
Okay, it kind of needs to be about family.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and my family is going to shut up.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormons. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 1. We head to the top of the 7th inning. As we continue to turn back time, it's going to be Joe Jimenez on the mound. Jimenez serves the first pitch up, and that ball's going to get drilled into the right center field gap. It's going to be a leadoff double by the right fielder Oscar Collis to start the 7th inning. Joe Jimenez, who's pitched really well here of recent, just got way too much of the plate on that one. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Zavala. Zavala, 161 average. Braves infield is playing in. First pitch on the way, and he's going to bunt it over to Riley. Riley's got it. Fires it over to first. And it is a 5-3 putout, but the runner moves from second up to third, and there's just one away. So runner on third and one out. The top of the order comes to the plate. The Braves infield will be in once again. Benintendi comes up, and the first pitch is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Just misses inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's going to get dumped into left field. That'll get down for a base hit, and it's 6-4 Chicago. Joe Jimenez be charged with that run and see his ERA go north of 3. The defense is back. I don't think it makes a difference, so good piece of hitting by Benintendi. He didn't try to do too much with it, just went with it on the outer edge. That'll bring Tim Anderson to the plate. Anderson takes a hack at the first pitch. It's fouled down the line. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Anderson. Righty-righty matchup. Kicks and deals. Swing, and fouls it down the line. It's 0-2. On this date in 1960, Brooks Robinson becomes the first Oriole to hit for the cycle when he strokes a 2-run triple to center field off Turk Laum in the 9th inning. Third baseman's 5-for-5 performance and 3 RBI contributes to Baltimore's 5-2 victory over the White Sox in Comiskey Park. Joe Jimenez turns and fires it over to first, try to keep the runner close by. So it's an 0-2 count to Anderson, runner on first, one away, pitch out, and no can do. The runner stays put. And honestly, that pitch out got way too much of the plate. That ball barely missed the zone. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and grounds it over to first. Olson's got it. Fires it to second. Arcia tags the bag, flips it over to first. But Anderson, who runs well, beats it out. So we get the lead runner. Good play by Olson. Good throw by Olson. Had to underhand scoop it and then throw it off balance to Arcia. Arcia put everything he had on it, but no way to get that double play. So Anderson now stands at first, but there's 2 away. That'll bring Luis Robert to the plate. Robert's 1 for 3. First pitch on the way to Robert is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Fastball up top. And on this date in 1967, Roberto Clemente line drive off the leg of Bob Gibson fractures his leg. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouls away. It's 0-2. Fractures the right fibula of Bob Gibson's leg in a 6-3 loss to the Pirates. The injury will sideline the right-hander until Labor Day, but he will recover enough to allow 3 earned runs in 3 complete games in the World Series over the Red Sox. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got out of it. Gave up a run, but the Braves are still in it, trailing by only 2. And Harris, Acuna, and Albies coming to the plate.
Yellow. What delay industries?
No!
Now you're way off. No problem. How did you know who they wanted?
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
How can 6 of you miss a play like that? Huh? All 6 of you. The ball jumped out of there as soon as we made contact. And nobody. I thought you were talking about you being on the field. No. What?
Hey, folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Gregory Santos is back in the game, and he throws the first pitch strike to Michael Harris. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Harris, swing and a miss. Inside underneath the hands, it's 0-2. The 0-2 to Michael. Kicks and fires. Swung on, just taps it foul off his leg. We'll do it again at 0-2. Whitesox 7, Braves 4. Bottom of the 7th inning. The 0-2 pitch. Santos. Long delivery switch. Kicks and fires. And the ball is tapped off the plate. Do it again at 0-2. Kind of a delayed stretch there by Santos. Trying to throw off the timing of Michael. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing and grounds it foul down the first base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves Country birthdays coming in at you here as we move along. Baseball birthdays first, as always. Do an old White Sox one first. James Baldwin, starting pitcher for the White Sox, turns 52. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Harris went fishing for one way out of the zone, and there's one away. Couple of current players. Masataka Yoshida of the Boston Red Sox, the rookie. He's 30 years old, from Japan. Ramon Laureano, 29 years old, from Oakland. Once Gold Glover, then, of course, suspended for the PEDs last year. Ronald Acuna Jr. come to the plate. One down, nobody on. Braves trail by 2. The first pitch to Ronnie is a swing and rips it into center field. Going to get down for a base hit. And it's a one-out single for Ronald Acuna Jr. If you remember, Mark Appel, they made a big deal about him. I believe it was last year when he came up with the Phillies. He was drafted first overall by the Houston Astros and was drafted in the first round 3 times before he finally signed with Houston back in 2013. He turns 32 today. Pitch off the plate to Ozzie Albies. The first offering is a ball. It's 1-0. Appel, as far as I know, is not in the majors now. I believe I saw that he was DFA'd and then picked back up. They throw it over to first to try to keep Acuna close by. Braves trail by 2, and you know the wheels are turning. Acuna trying to get in scoring position. The 1-0 pitch. Off the plate wide, 2-0. Non-baseball birthdays, if you remember Kim Alexis, Sports Illustrated swimsuit cover model. She turned 63 today. They're going to go out and talk to Santos. I think Zavala just wants to make sure that they're on the same page. He was almost crossed up by that pitch. Damian Lillard turns 33 years old. Current Portland Trailblazer, but is asked to be traded. The great Linda Ronstadt turns 77. And Forrest Whitaker is 62. And that's your birthdays. Ozzie Albies digs back in. The 2-0 count. And Ronald Acuna Jr. is on the move. He's going to head first slide. He'll steal second. The throw, kind of a strange throw from Zavala, just kind of winged it up there without ever coming out of his stance. I don't know if it caught him by surprise or what, but he tried to Benito Santiago it over there to second. He was nowhere close. If y'all have any other birthdays that you know about, feel free to put them in the chat. We'll holler them out. 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. So Acuna stands on second on a 2-2 count to Ozzie. One down. Austin Riley stands on deck with Matt Olson in the hole. Santos steps off the rubber for a second, excuse me. Looking at the scoreboard real quick, Dodgers and Mets are tied at 1 in the 6th, and the Phillies lead San Diego 6-2 in the 7th. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to first, and that'll be an easy G3. Ronald Acuna Jr. does move up 90 feet. He stands on third now, but there are two away. Austin Riley comes back up to the plate. The last time he came up, came through with the 2-out RBI single, sending Ozzie Albies home from third. We're looking for more of the same here. Braves trail by 2. Could cut the lead in half with a single here, or a wild pitch, a balk, you name it. First pitch inside. Does it get Riley? He spins out of the way. Guess it just missed him. It's 1-0. 100 miles an hour. Just missed his forearm. Riley get back in the box as all of our lives just flashed before us. What it would be like without Riley. Good Lord. The 1-0 pitch. Inside, did that get him? Another 100-mile-an-hour pitch, and that one almost clipped him. Same area. I don't think it's intentional. He's had about 4 or 5 pitches that have sailed that way. I think it's a sinker, but it has 2-seam action where it just kind of drifts, and it drifts into the right-hander. The 2-0 pitch off the plate wide. Ball 3-0. So a 3-0 count to Riley. There's no way he's trying to hit him to get to Olson. The 3-0 pitch. Right there for a strike, taken all the way was Austin. It's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Lets it go. Swing and a nubber back to the mound. It's going to be a 1-3 put out for out number 3. The Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
We can't Irby darn your frazzle dazzle.
Braves Country HD is AFC South Country all season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Colts.
Slant caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked into the AFC South on Braves Country HD.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail at 6-4. We head to the top of the 8th inning. Michael Tonkin's coming into the game. Tonkin set to face Jimenez, Vaughn, and Berger. The first pitch from the righty to the righty is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch just misses off the plate, 2-0. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, the Orioles have come back. It's 5-5 against the Marlins. There's good news there. The 2-0 pitch swung on and banged foul back behind home plate. It's 2-1. Dodgers and Mets are tied up. The Dodgers have the bases loaded in the 6th. And the Phillies lead San Diego 6-2 in the 7th. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2. Max Fried's second rehab start was tonight. We'll get the information on that for you here in a minute. The 2-2 from Tonkin. Swung on, grounded over to short, deep short. Arcia fires it across the diamond, and it bounces in front of Olsen out of the glove. Probably be an infield single. As the runner is safe, the ball bounces away but doesn't get too far. If Olsen finds a way to pick that, that throw is actually going to beat him. Just couldn't quite get it to Olsen, as strong as Arcia's arm is. It is an infield single. I've noticed it, and though I do believe that should be a single, but it almost takes, as the first pitch on the way from Tonkin, Vaughn is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. It almost takes a Keystone Cop type play for the Braves to call anything at home an error. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back. 1-1 on the play. Jimenez was on the move down to second base. Braves trail by just 2. Bottom in the 8th, if you're looking ahead, we're going to have the heart of the order due up. Murphy, Ozuna, and Pilar. The 1-1 pitch swung on and banged foul towards the third base dugout. It's 1-2. Hitting back to that scoreboard, the out-of-town scoreboard, Tampa Bay leads Kansas City 4-2. That game is in the 9th. Minnesota 8-7 over Oakland in the 7th. Milwaukee 2-0 over Cincinnati in the 5th. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him chasing one down and away. Looked like the slider, and it slid off the table, and there's one away. In St. Louis, the Cardinals lead Washington 4-3. That game is in the 4th. First pitch on the way to Jake Berger, who's 2 for 3 with a home run and a double, is right there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Tonkin turns and fires it over to first. Berger, who can kind of play all over the middle infield. You wonder if a guy like him would be available at the deadline. The 0-1 pitch misses inside, 1-1. Braves definitely need something off the bench. They can maybe give some guys a day off as well. The 1-1 pitch swung on, popped up high in the sky, foul territory. It's going to stay in play. Olsen will make the catch for out number 2, right in front of the Braves dugout. Houston and the Angels are scoreless in the second, and the Yankees 6-1 over Colorado in the fourth. I believe that was Clark Schmidt tonight for the Pinstripes. First pitch on the way to Remillard is high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Earlier today, Tampa Bay and Philadelphia both won the beginning of their doubleheaders, and Washington dropped St. Louis at the beginning of their doubleheader. The 1-0 pitch. Called inside for a strike. It's 1-1. Cubs beat the Red Sox 10-4. Toronto 5-2 over Arizona, and Cleveland Texas beat Cleveland 2-0. The 1-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to short. Scooping it up is Arcia. He'll flip it to Ozzie, and that'll end the inning. When we come back, it'll be Olsen, Murphy, and Ozuna coming to the plate.
And I gotta tell you, fellas, you have got what appears to be a dynamite sound.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
But there's a tier level of like college and adult life, and I'm not going back to the college level tier. You can't go, this isn't walking back into my fridge. Not ever happening again.
Well, no, but
ice at that.
But if I'm somewhere, okay, Busch Light I can deal with. Natty Light, no. Natty Light, I don't even feel like it's, I don't know. Natty Ice, definitely not. That's just a headache in a can. But when I say cheap beer, like stuff that's not, the upper echelon, I'm talking about your domestics. I can live on a domestic. I don't have to have the hippest, $15 for a 6-pack beer. I'm fine with.
Oh, definitely. I mean, heck, let's face it. After the first two, they all taste the same after that.
Well, yeah, and if you're going to drink all day, I'm not trying to mess around with the double IPAs and porters and stuff like that. Dude, you're about to go to a dark place.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. Kenyon Middleton comes on. 3.09 ERA. 2-1 record, 11 walks and 41 strikeouts, and he'll face Matt Olson. The first pitch on the way to the Ice House is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Matt Olson, 30 home runs, 76 RBI. The 1-0 pitch. Swing! And that ball is blasted down the right field line, but it's going to bend just right of the foul pole for a loud strike number 1. He absolutely tank shocked that one. But he knew it was foul the moment he let loose. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss just underneath it. Out in front. Change up. 1-2. The 1-2 from Middleton. Rocks and fires. Swing and fouls it down the line, 96. So we started change up, then fires in a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Trying to throw off the timing of Olson. The 1-2 to Matty. Swung on, and that ball is laced into left field. Going to get down for a base hit. Olsen rounds first. Here he comes, chugging, hugging, heading towards second. Head first dive, and it's a leadoff double for your Atlanta Braves. Good piece of running there for Matty Ice as he gets this 8th inning going with a leadoff double. Shot that ball, kind of an inside-out swing, and just shot it down the left field line. Here comes Sean Murphy, who's been quiet tonight. And if there's a man that's due, it's Sean Murphy. Good hustle by Olsen. The first pitch on the way to Murphy is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Sox 6, Braves 4. Bottom of the 8th. Olsen stands on second. Nobody out. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled out of play. It's 0-2. Murphy 0 for 3. Olsen leading off of second base. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Murphy has not really been swinging the bat well the past couple of games. And there's one down. One down. Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Ozuna, 1 for 2. The first pitch on the way to Marcell is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozuna digs in. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Marcell was one of the more favored players to hit a home run in tonight's game in Vegas. Didn't get one off of Lynn. But the 1-1 pitch. Just off the plate, 2-1. Standing on deck, Kevin Pillar. In the hole, Orlando Arcia. The 2-1 pitch. Winds up and flies. Off the plate wide. Ball 3. So a 3-1 count to Marcell. Runner on second. 1 out. The 3-1 pitch. Downstairs. Ball 4. And the tying run heads to first. The go-ahead run is coming to home plate. And they will go to the bench. I thought they might. Travis d'Arnaud is going to emerge out of the dugout, grab the bat, and he'll be pinch hitting for Pillar, which means Hilliard most likely will play left field in the next inning. I thought they may even put Hilliard in. Chicago White Sox pitching coach Katz is coming out there to talk to Middleton. With the game on the line, Middleton has put runners on first and second. If you're just joining us, Matt Olsen led the inning off with a double. Murphy struck out. And Ozuna just headed down to first via the free pass. Eddie Rosario, who was benched basically for his defense for Pillar. Pillar has been benched now for the bat of Travis d'Arnaud. With the game on the line, Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Travis d'Arnaud gets his first at bat in about a week. So hopefully he can get the cobwebs. Bit of confusion coming out of the White Sox dugout. Not sure what they're doing. About 9 of them are over there waving and unwaving to Middleton and the hind catcher Zavala. So we are set for action. Runners on first and second. 1 out. Travis d'Arnaud, first pitch is right there at the knees for a strike. Change up. Taken all the way. It's 0-1. Travis d'Arnaud batting .275 on the year. The 0-1 pitch. Way off the plate. High and outside. 96. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Off the plate, ball 2, 2-1. So he went changeup to start the at bat, then he went four-seam slider. Chicago 6, Atlanta 4. The 2-1 pitch. In the dirt, ball 3, 3-1. So he's one pitch away from loading the bases. Standing on deck is Orlando Arcia. In the hole, Michael Harris II. The 3-1 pitch. Rocks and fires. Swung on and bangs it foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 3-2. So now that you got a full count, 1 out, wheels really turning. Doubt the Braves will be sending the runners. We don't have the fastest runners on the pass, but they may get kind of a running start. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one off the outer edge. Bat was just a little too slow. 96 miles an hour, blew it right by him. And there's 2 away. Travis d'Arnaud, man, did he swing late on that one. At that point, you almost have to just let it go by you and hope you get the call, which I do believe it was off the plate. So that'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Orlando takes the first pitch downstairs for a ball. It's 1-0. Close call. Just below the knees. The 1-0 to Orlando. High and out of the zone, 2-0. Standing on deck, Michael Harris II. Ozuna at first, Olsen at second. 2 outs. They'll be running at the crack of the bat. The 2-0 pitch. Just caught the outer edge of the plate. 2-1. Probably a good take by Orlando. Old-fashioned pitcher's pitch. Wide of the plate. The 2-1 pitch. Down and away, ball 3. So Middleton, who's thrown 23 pitches this inning, I don't know if he would face Harris, but you got runners on first and second, 2 outs, a 3-1 count to Orlando. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss, change up, 3-2. Just out in front of that one. Took something a little off that. Arcia was ready to step into it. So a full count. The runners will be moving on the pitch. The wind up, the throw. Way high, ball 4. And the bases are loaded. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Braves trail by 2 runs. Michael Harris II coming to the plate. We'll see if they'll let him face him. A single would tie the game. They're on the horn, but it looks like they're going to let Middleton face him, so here we go. The first pitch on the way to Harris, taken all the way for a strike. Changeup right down Main Street. It's 0-1. That was on a platter. Harris, 364 lifetime with the bases loaded. The 0-1 pitch misses high. 1-1. He's gone change up fastball, pitching backwards in this at bat. The 1-1. They set up wide. Inside, 95 miles an hour, 2-1. He tried to go fastball outside, but he missed the mark. Braves trail by 2. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up. That's going to be a can of corn in the infield, and Vaughn will make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We head to the 9th inning, trailing by only 2.
Everybody's attention for 1 minute. It's something I need to say to everybody. And I am tired of living a lie. I need it to be known. I like fat women, and they like me. Anybody got a problem with that? Anybody? Big girls need love too, baby.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limited hearing, full stop making lane change signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey there, pal. First draft? How can you tell? Look, there's a few things you're going to want to know. Kickers go fast. You're going to take one early. And don't worry about running backs. You can always trade for one later. Cool, thanks. And one more thing. It's good to have you here. You're my friend.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Leans. In Kansas, crowds watched the Mother Hubbards, men playing in women's clothing. Under guard at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, Geronimo's Chiricahua Apaches played ball against the U.S. Army and won. At some games, a keg of beer stood just to the side of third base for encouragement. Any man who made it to third was entitled to a dipper full.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail it by 2. We head to the 9th inning. I would think they're going to send Tonkin back out there to finish off this inning, and we'll see where we stand afterwards. Looking at the scoreboard around Major League Baseball, Tonkin does go back to work, and the first pitch on the way from Michael is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Oscar Collis, righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Sam Hilliard did go into left field to replace Darnode, who replaced Pilar, who replaced Rosario. Collis, 2 for 3. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him chasing one well out of the zone, and there's one away. Out of town scoreboard real quick. Yankees lead the Rockies 6-1 in the 6th. Angels up on Houston 3-0. That game is in the 3rd. Detroit and Seattle just got started. St. Louis 4-3 over Washington in the 5th. Dodgers and Mets are tied at 1 in the 7th. First pitch on the way from Tonkin to Zavala is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Milwaukee leads Cincinnati 2-0 in the 6th. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. Making the play is Hilliard on a slow jog for out number 2. Minnesota 9-7 over Oakland in the 8th. Atlanta Braves came into tonight's action. First pitch from Tonkin on the way to Benintendi. This is for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Tonkin. Right there for a strike on the outer edge, evens up the count at 1-1. Braves came into tonight 9.5 in front of Miami, and Miami now trails Baltimore 6-5. They once led that game. I believe it was 5-2 early on. San Fran 3-1 over Pittsburgh in the 8th. Philly 9-2 over San Diego in the 8th. That's the second game of a doubleheader. Philly's about to sweep the Padres. The 1-2 pitch swung on, lifted high, and drifting back into left field is Austin Riley. He'll make the catch. That'll end the inning. It's a 3-up, 3 down. Good job by Tonkin to keep it where it's at. We'll see if the Braves can put some on the board. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Imaginary hat.
What is this? What are we doing?
So dumb.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
Anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coach. And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted. Eye contact. Scented candles. Power balance. And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers. Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What was your first impression of me? I thought you wore too much makeup and were a slut. I was wrong. You don't wear too much makeup.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair quarterbacks. Live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the armchair quarterback, the all-American man.
You're in Braves Country.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 2. Kendall Graveman, one of the targets that the Braves may be looking at the trade deadline, will come on to try to slam the door for the White Sox. First pitch on the way. Ronald Acuna Jr. is a fastball on the outer edge, just kisses the black, and it's 0-1. Graveman, of course, was with the Houston Astros. The 0-1 pitch swung on. That ball's belted high and deep, going back on the track. Jackpot, baby. He'll take the grand tour. Hold everything. That whopper makes it a one-run game. Ronald Acuna Jr. with his second home run of the night, 23rd of the year, 353 happy feet over the right field wall, and the Braves have climbed back in it. It's 6-5. How about that? Ronald Acuna Jr. getting high fives all up and down the dugout. Ozzie Albies will come on now. One swing could now tie it. The first pitch to Ozzie is 97 up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Oz. Kicks and fires off the plate wide. 1-1. It's going sinker to start the at-bat. The 1-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball is hammered down the right field line, but foul. Slaps it up against the screen just before the right field foul pole. That's 1-2. Should be noted, too, both of those home runs by Acuna tonight, both of them oppos. The 1-2. Winds and fire swung on. That ball is lifted into right field. It'll get down for a base hit. And Ozzie Albies is on with nobody out. And here comes Austin Riley. Austin Riley representing the game-winning run. Ozzie Albies with speed can tie it. They put one in the gap. 1 for 4. An RBI single in the 5th. Here's the first pitch to Riley. Swing and a miss. Strike, 97. A little bit out of the zone and underneath. It's 0-1. Austin Riley. He can get one into the gap. The 0-1 pitch. Ozzie's moving. He is going to steal second base. Head first slide. Heck of a jump. I was a little surprised that Zavala even tried to throw it to second. It was a difficult throw and a pretty darn good throw by Zavala, I must say. It was a sinker down and away, and he had to backhand it, leap to his feet, fire it to second. Excuse me, it was a perfect strike, but Ozzie with a great jump. So a 1-1 count now, tying run on second base. The wind up the pitch, swing and a miss. Up top. 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Graveman fires, swing and a miss in the dirt, nowhere near the zone. And Riley's down on strikes. Riley really scuffling at the plate. Just hasn't looked like himself the last few games. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson, who has been swinging the bat well, hit a grand slam last night. Has 2 hits, including a double down the line that he inside outed last time up. Matt Olson trying to find any way to drive in Ozzie. 2 for 4. The first pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. Sinker misses. 96. Well off the dish. It's 1-0. You'd love to see a wild pitch or anything to set Ozzie up over at third. The 1-0 from Graveman. Looks back the runner, kicks and deals. High and out of the zone. Ball 2, 2-0. Sean Murphy stands on deck. Braves 5, White Sox 6. The 2-0 pitch. Swing! And that ball is going to get dropped into left field, but Ozzie had to hold up, so he'll move down to third. The ball just dropped in front of the left fielder. Blocked it. Good job by Benintendi to block it. That's going to be one of those films that are going to have to show Rosario how to handle a ball like that. He had to block it with his chest almost like a hockey goal to keep it from going by. Ozzie had to put on the brakes. It dropped just in front of him. He does move up to third, but unfortunately could not take off on the crack of the bat because of the fear the ball might get caught. So runners on the corners, 1 out. Olson standing at first and Murphy at the plate. You do have the concern of the double play ball with those two on the base paths. First pitch on the way to Murph is a fastball, top of the zone, 0-1. By the way, the White Sox are playing the infield deep. If Murphy dropped any kind of a dribbler, a check swing, a bunt, anything, Ozzie would score with ease. The 0-1 pitch misses inside, 1-1. I mean, they are deep on the grass. You wouldn't even call that double play depth. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a broken bat up the middle and stepping on the bag, and that is going to be a double play. 6-3 ending double play, broken bat. Good play by Anderson. Another bad outcome for Murphy. Wasn't necessarily a bad at bat on that one. He just broken bat, and they don't have the speed with Olsen and Murphy back-to-back in the order like that, and the double play ends the game. Heck of a ball game. Congratulations to the White Sox who win the game. Lance Lynn will go to get the win, and he'll go to 6-8 on the year. Strider will get the loss. He is 11-3, and Graveman will get his 8th save of the year. Once again, that is one of the arms that have been rumored that the Braves could be interested in to bring him in. Graveman, the closer, but he's not typically a closer nowadays. He's more of a setup man. So the Braves drop a tough one. 6 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the White Sox. 5 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Braves. And Atlanta will fall. But looking at the scoreboard, double checking on it real quick, I believe we're still in pretty good shape as far as the rest of the league. When you look at what happened today, I want to double check the scoreboard real quick. Yeah, the Orioles did hold on and beat the Marlins, so we won't lose any ground there. Orioles beat the Marlins 6-5. Philadelphia will gain a game and a half on us today, but they'll still remain, 12 back or 11 and a half back, excuse me. And as far as the rest of the league, Tampa Bay won, so they'll gain a game on us. They'll be 3 back. Baltimore won. They'll be 5 back of Atlanta for the best record. The Dodgers are leading the Mets right now. In theory, we kind of need the Mets to win that, but at this point, it's really not that big a deal one way or the other. But the Braves lose it. A tough one. Hard-fought game, though. They came back and gave them everything that they wanted. That was a lot of teams would just fall over right there. Instead, Atlanta will be back at it tomorrow, 1:35 first pitch. This game tonight finished in 2 hours and 48 minutes. And the Braves lose a tough one, 6-5. Dodgers lead it 2-1. That is in the top of the 8th in New York. We all have a good one. Braves country. It was a pleasure on a Saturday night in Braves country. We'll see you next time. Have a great one. Braves take a tough one on the chin, but we'll be back. 6-5, your final.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to
Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Nash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the bat. by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.